do do bum 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 ba bum 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 do da bum ba 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 da bum 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 ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Is this the milking stream where I keep hearing so much about? I've been known for drinking milk. It's the opposite is true, isn't it? I don't really like milk. Excuse me. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Gonna sneeze. Feel it. I feel the sneeze. I feel it coming. Oh, that was a big sneeze. I'm sorry. That needed some more warning. Bum, bum, bum. Hello, Tom. Hello, how's it going? I did not have spaghetti. Shout out to Kazuma turning out to be dumb as fuck. Yeah, I wonder if it's a bit. I'm not lying. I did not have spaghetti. I was too hungry to go to the grocery store to get everything with spaghetti, so I just put some fish in the air fryer and I just had some of that. And then after that, I got so tired that I went to bed at around 10:30. And I didn't fall asleep for 6 hours. Was the fish good? It was alright. Where's the potato? Potato was today. I had some potato before stream. What kind of fish? It was haddock. My favorite fish. But I've only had a couple of fishes in my life, to be honest with you. I think I've had salmon, I've had haddock, I've had cod, I've had the other one, halibut. Halibut's my favorite, not haddock. Sorry, I get the H fish mixed up. Yep. Fish should have fewer H's. I think halibut's my favorite. He lives in the Maritimes, isn't trying all the fish. Maybe I should, I don't know. I'm such a pampered, like, modern man baby that the idea of having, like, fresh caught fish makes me nervous in some way. Like, if it wasn't, like, meticulously farmed in some, like, fucking misery machine, and we know where the animal has been its entire life, then maybe I don't want to eat it, you know? Like, I'll always be a salmon lover. The problem with salmon is that when you fry it, now your whole world smells like salmon for a while. Isn't fresh chicken worse? I don't think so. Like, they know. Those chickens are on the grid. I fried salmon at the house once, and the kids still talk about it to this day. Daddy, remember when you cooked the salmon? Yeah, and the whole house smelled like salmon? Yeah, and it stayed smelling like salmon for like 3 days? Yeah. Wait, in a good way or a bad way? In a bad way. They said it stunk. They're like, no. And by the kids talk about it this day, I mean Kate, because Kate never forgets anything. I hate cooking fish. It's fucking so smelly. Yeah. There was a guy that we raided with in World of Warcraft who was allergic to fish, but his family loved fish. So a couple times a week, he would just be like sitting on vent with us, being like, "I have to open all the fucking windows and make sure it's ventilated because they're cooking fish downstairs again, and I'm allergic to it. And, I feel my throat swelling up." It's just, they just kept fucking cooking the fish. Poor guy. He was a bad DPSer, so it's fine. We're allowed to think that he deserved it. Terrible player. Terrible. Oh my god, he was so bad. Bum bum bum. Beep 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 boop. Beep 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 boop boop. Sorry, Teddy. Only humans have only people have human rights. Maybe better if the fish didn't keep cutting off oxygen. That's true. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. Okay. You know, when you're right, you're right. Don't we all agree? We can't agree on anything. What the fuck am I talking about? Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. No, you're right. Oh, thanks. Oh, the tech reversal. I see. Interesting. Okay. All right. Running in Terraforming Titans, and it's not going well. I didn't play it all yesterday. I'm trying to find the best balance of percentage of workers to make it like just auto build all the way to the end for me, and it's just I just can't get it. Please do watch that microwaving fish at work video. Like right now? Hell yeah, right now. No, we're not being React Andes. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I've lost my window. Okay, I'm done trying to set this up. Microwaving fish is a personality defect. Okay, so how long has this been going on before I judge this lady? Because if it's been going on for so long, then she's just venting, fair enough. But if it's like day one of the fish microwavers moving in, then I think maybe she needs to calm the fuck down. Man, I won't even cook certain foods at certain times here in my shared building. Like, you know, no one lives with me, but like there's people below and above me, and I feel bad about that. I think I'm too conscientious. I think I need to dial it down a bit. think it was the glass always falls out of sync regardless of the worker percentage, which eventually kills electronics, which then kills the entire colony if I ran AFK. Yeah, I tried to do it with worker share balance, and I had and I had it set up so like glass factories were set up with the amount of silica factories that there were, and I would just let it just go to the max that silica factories cap out. But for some reason, when you upgrade, get the research upgrade that lowers the amount of workers needed in each factory, it changes the worker share percentage. Like I had it set up so like 100% of the worker share percentage was allocated over different things. So I had like 20% in component factory, 20% electronics, 40% in Android thing, and then like 20% in superconductors, 10% in shipbuilding, 10% in super alloys. That's 100%, right? And I still have workers doing nothing. So I don't know what the fuck is I don't know how the fuck that works with building it auto building basing on worker percentage. So share balance is just broken. I use straight worker percent. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch over that too. Yeah, then I'll just have like 10% buffer. For a second, I thought you were talking about something IRL. Hey, video games are IRL. They're an IRL. Hey, the Joe, I was catching up on these VODs and I have to say I really appreciate the voices you do. They generally add so much flavor to the read-through. Also, a delayed happy birthday to Big Boy Gatsby. He had a good day. I still need to go get him his treats. It's raining like hell today. I kept waking up throughout the night, utterly convinced that if I didn't get 8 hours sleep, I was going to die. But that was, my brain was going, you're 8 hours sleeper, that's it, you're done. And then I got, I think maybe 8 hours sleep, and then my brain was like, okay, how are we gonna celebrate? I know, let's get a little bit more sleep. The only ability I can use is colonist percent food. Everything else is too dependent on other variables. Is it? See, I'm terraforming some planets now without even getting colonists. I'm doing pure androids. And I feel like maybe that's a mistake because it's not adding to the galactic population of people. I'm not sure. But like, yeah, I'm just doing that. As Joe got hungry, the voices got funnier. Avarici's in Terraforming Titans too? I'm sorry. Androids go to like 1 billion colonists is basically free. Yeah, I just like the idea of setting up the planet before bringing people there when they can die, because like if you hit the wrong button or you AFK at the wrong time and suddenly they're all dead. Can't get over the UI in it, too used to Evolve at this point. Evolve is better. I had like a huge panic yesterday when I noticed that Evolve got updated to 0.10 and it was just a bug fix and I was so disappointed. You passed some of the rain over to UK's place sweltering. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's nice and cool here today because of the rain. Am I playing it wrong? People who are ahead of me, am I playing it wrong? Because once I unlocked the ability to spawn random worlds, I've done nothing but those since. I think I'm on 9 unique worlds terraformed, 57 effective worlds terraformed because of the O'Neill cylinders that are just like passively just generating me bullshit. My galactic population capacity is 2.82 trillion and I'm at 200 billion people. I feel like my people have died at some point. Do other planets persist in the background or no? There's no fucking way, right? Bum 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 bum. How are unicorns? Different game, sorry. Did my first T4 reset and saw custom species thing, was like, what the fuck is this? Now that's a good part. That's a good part. Yeah, enjoy it, yeah. Hard to say what the intended experience is. The deeper you get into the game, the more the content is AI generated with dubious amount of human playing. Oh, I should stop playing this game. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Anyway, what were we doing yesterday? Where did we leave off? We were in the middle of the trial, in the midst of the trial, and we were... Fuck. We were defending Van Zieks. The Red-Headed League kidnapped this guy in the middle, in the middle between them, or the right on the screen right now, thinking it was Inspector Gregson, because he was posing as Inspector Gregson, and Gregson seems like he was dead before he was placed in that room. So we're gonna find out if this guy actually did go there or what was going on. This guy's into choking apparently. You're not accusing Gossip, Big Lip Beggar, of posing as Gregson for some reason on a mission to investigate the Red-Headed League. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You're also dunking on how bad of a prosecutor Kazuma is. He's so bad. He's absolutely terrible. Maybe he's pretending to be terrible. I don't know. He's so bad. How is the sound? Should be the same as yesterday, but just in case. While we do a sound test, thank you to 35 Beater for the new sub. Welcome 35. Thank you JRep37 for the 51 months. Two in their 30s chatter names. Thank you Duke Rhyme 69 for the 19 months with hi Joe, thanks for all the streams. There's another part of my Ultra Kill bit. This will hurt. I doubt it will. There's no chance you'll get to hear that line. Oh, is it some super secret difficult area in Ultra Kill? I'm looking forward to playing Ultra Kill when it's finally out in 2037. Hopefully I'm still alive to play it. Does him being a failure make him hotter or duller? In this case, it makes him duller, actually. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed. He's being dumb in a stupid way instead of a hot way. Thank you, Corday Emerald, for the 19 months with Potato Joe. I did eat a potato before stream today, yes. So like I'm full. I'm a little too full actually. So let's see how long it takes for me to get hungry. Thank you, Corday. Thank you, Man of Answers, Moa, for the tier 2 at 51 months. Greetings. Haven't been around for streams to avoid spoilers for Great Ace Attorney. Hope everything is going well. It's going okay. I'm hanging in there. Looking forward to Friday fan art and my Christmas present. Friday fan art. Is there like a special one on this Friday, or are you just looking forward to it in general? I'm not sure if you're still here, Moa, because you're avoiding spoilers. Missile. And last year on my list are Delete TF for 18 months, Sage Moon 341 with 73 months, and DL7 or DL7 with 36 months. Fucking 3 years, thank you. Delete TF says, hey Joe, can you delay the Great Eastern Train tomorrow so I can play Deltarune Chapter 5 as it comes out? Thank you, Joe. Do we unironically want to skip tomorrow so people can play Deltarune? Because I don't want to get and step on anyone's toes for Deltarune. Like, is that legit? We're a Deltarune family, I know that. No, mostly no. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, Sage Moon, with the message, time for spaghetti. If it stops raining after a stream, I'll go and get the ingredients for spaghetti. I still want spaghetti. Thank you, and Deal7's message was 3 years? What's going on? Why has this happened to me? I don't even play video games, man. What is this? Wait, really? Can you stop? On a more serious note, yesterday's stream led to the most fun I've had on Jads. Great time. Thanks, Joe. What happened on Jads yesterday? Was it in stream discussion? I don't think I skimmed through it last night. Or was it in spoiler chat? Spoiler chat was horny. Wow. All right then. Any highlights? I really liked how you could feel the difference between defending against Kazuma and Van Zieks, where Van Zieks would make every revelation feel like a slog to get, while Kazuma is more accommodating. I feel like Kazuma was just like Van Zieks, who wouldn't be as interesting. Yeah, I agree that they feel different, although Van Zieks was kind of dumb at some point too. But Kazuma feels like Kazuma was set up as like this almost like a mythic figure in our minds and like taught us the ropes and everything. It'd be kind of like going up against Mia in like if Mia came back from the dead and we have to go against Mia in court, and then it turns out that she's actually kind of shit. It's like, oh, okay. Now it kind of makes sense that Kazuma's not great because he hasn't been around as much in court because what happened to him on the way here. We have more lawyer experience than him, I guess, at this point. But I don't know, like They also didn't have to have the story be this way. I don't know. I'm not criticizing it, by the way. I'm waiting to see how it goes. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe he's just pretending to be stupid. I don't know. Or maybe it's just meant to be fun. Oh god, it's the French accent. Oh. All right. All right. I did the Ryu slap in my own face. Here we go. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see, you think we would have forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any redheaded league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? What is it, Gatsby? What is it? It would certainly appear that we are the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Do you want me to move the microphone so you can breathe directly into it instead of just around it? Should we do that? Yeah? Yeah? Do you want to stream? Looking very handsome today, even though you're kind of wet from being out in the rain. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy. Oh, you're not leaving. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I need to pet the dog for a little bit. You okay? You right? Don't lick me. I don't want you to lick my face. No. 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 No, we're good. We're good. We're good. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Sorry. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... You don't let him lick your face? Yeah, of course not. I'm not gonna let the dog lick my face. I'll tolerate him coming over and licking my arm. Like I'm not like happy about it, but it's like, okay, fine, I'll let this happen. But I don't let him lick my hands. I don't let him lick my face. If you lick my hands, I have to go wash my hands. Yeah. A brief cross-examination. I think, counsel, very brief. Man, he's not in boxers either. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Love, Susie. The inspector and the identification are revisited. The mouths are pretty clean, but then my guy doesn't try to look my face more. How the expert? I don't think dog mouths are clean. Are they? Like, dogs lick themselves constantly. I don't think that's something you should think is right. Aren't dogs' mouths like their immune system is in like overdrive in their mouths because their mouths are pretty much their hands, so that allows them to just like handle the most rancid shit with their mouths that would just kill us. I don't know, man. I wouldn't trust that. Human mouth isn't clean either. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The man who claimed to be inspector that day is definitely not this man. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Monsieur, surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prize collar. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prize collar. Okay, it does make sense, but oh my god. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. Have your dog's done the plate eating your arm? Yeah, a little bit, sometimes, yeah. How do we do this one again? It does look very much like my neck, though. Hey, there we go. No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London, a neck to die for. Hey, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Is right, see, you think we would forget of these grand lips, huh? Alright, so the lips are something that happened afterwards, or fake lips? Why would he be wearing fake lips? Is he still in disguise? Is this like a disguise into a disguise? Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. This is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from the Samantha country have these grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Afar, that isn't the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any redheaded league. Is black hair rare in Britain? In this time period? Rare? I don't know. Not rare. So you'd heard of the Redheaded League, have you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It was my business to know what was going off in town. I sold a tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. My mom had black hair, and she was Scottish. And she stood out a little bit for it, but not like big time. Just between us, I even got sandwiched a cuff up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No sir, not likely. No sir. Mr. de Rousseau. Oui. Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the cap was right. I remember it too. Wait, what? He was paying the man with the banknotes. So, hold on. So you were seen... 1 second. The other day. So this is before the kidnapping, because it's absolutely the same guy. So it's before the kidnapping. So he had the fucked up fat lip before they kidnapped him, and now he has it again after, but he didn't have it during the kidnapping. Okay, so he's in disguises? He's going around doing shit? With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. Whoa, you had a good look, huh? And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Huge Bone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? Huge Bone. He's Huge Bone. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed, alright, we'll respect your privacy, alright, and it's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. What? The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records on this trial, assuming no objections. Objection. Yes, objection, yes. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, prosecutor Osogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Okay, Judge, you need to go get some memory tested, okay? All right, I know it's expensive nowadays, but maybe you need to replace some. Huge Bone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Okay, I do like that Kazuma will react to new information and is like, hold on, like something's going on here. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. So he's not the worst kind of prosecutor then. He's not like Von Karma. All right. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Huge Bone? Huboon? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street, and I get accused of being a drug dealer when I do. 6 months all at once? What the fuck? We can't live at that speed. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it is not the me. Think again, Peppino. Oui. Why didn't you bring this up before? You never asked. It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tit-bit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Simple as. You'll update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Hugh Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. Person accusing me of being a drug dealer feels like a monk at the moment. That was actually back in Toronto. Yeah. Thank you. OC O_C. Thank you, Richard Newsop. Welcome. We love OC around here. Also, we love OC around here. Thank you to Gilbert Raccoon or Gilbert Traccoon for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you very much. 2 new subs back to back. Thank you. I rent a room where that fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes. Hold it. It was it the whole building? No, it was just that room. Yeah. So you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? We're just letting this go, really? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. Okay, is he gonna be smart enough to say I'm subletting it or no? No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair in that. People don't... Is he him? Hair, eyebrows, the chin. The hair, maybe. The eyebrows, maybe. The chin? No, the chin looks a bit different to me. Is it maybe a prosthetic, or maybe the photograph is not 100%? I'm not sure. And people don't generally carry enormous nose boards around with them. The real question is, why was the Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Chin maxing? Yeah, how many times has he broken his own chin with microfractures in order to make it grow back more? I think it is him. Yeah, it's him. Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. Yeah, it's him. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's causing me no one to bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Gossip, sorry, Mr. Boone, says you having a stroke would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. Oh yeah? Control Z? I'm all alone in the world. Me, I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much for a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fellow to do then, eh? You don't believe me. We're at an impasse. Why didn't you? Okay, so the reason why you didn't go home to your wife was because you were captured by these two nut jobs. Why haven't you gone back since? And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip. Maybe they hit him on the back of the head so hard after they captured him again that he woke up and he's like, I'm just gossip now. He doesn't know. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Bump bump. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like that? Oh, fuck off. Maybe you could say with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? You could only wish you could look as good as me. Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask that you not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So, perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is right. He was a clean shaven. I don't know how to do that. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as a victim. Aye, it does, and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable, and it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Okay, so I think we have to present the photograph of his wife to I don't have any kinfolk or anything like that. Or is this one step ahead of the game? Let's save it. I just like that I have to constantly play the am I one step ahead of the game. Thank you, Veles Keon or Valise Keon, one of those for the 18 months. Thank you very much, and thank you McDids for the 35 months. Thank you very much for the resubs, both of you.
Objection.
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it. Oh, my toothbrush is making noise. Then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ah, I presume you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you. This photograph belongs to you, does it not? Toothbrush. I have electric toothbrush that has like a little dock that it sits in to charge up, and when the connector gets a little bit loose of it, the toothbrush starts going beep 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 beep. Beep beep. Yeah, I don't know if the microphone's picking up, but I just did it. Yeah, I'll get up and get off the fucking charger in a second. Well, Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. Ooh, I like this track. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave me alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Bro. He owns the room where the killing happened. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself a part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, Sumari revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Bone? Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? Perjury, all the perjury. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please. No, I know who he is, and it's obvious who it is. It's obvious who it is. It's that guy that has tuberculosis from Japan. It's him. He's all the way over here. It's him. Here we go. He's on the list, right? We can do it. He was the master of disguises. Where is he? Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? It's Kazuma Hazogi. Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yeah. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. What a coinky dink. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Okay, there you go. That's why. Okay. So that's why he didn't go home, because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the. What I'm talking about? Really? First thing what I'm talking about, okay. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once, and then after all of that, pull off his disguise. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. See, my lord. I got them mixed up. Oh, shit. Ah. No, stop. Get off, please. Don't. Bailiff, sponge me down. Is he hot? He's kind of hot. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw at the park. Extraordinary. How old is he? I think he's 40. RT game. He does look like RT game a bit, yeah. 40. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claimed to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather... Was you posing as the inspector, no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing, peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. Uh-oh. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. I think the sword's coming out. So where did Mr. Huge Bone come from? Well, I've always had a huge bone, but Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine, my daily vigil. Beep, beep. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. You're the only one that lives in this whole building, but why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as a chief warder at the prison. Very true. That's so true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. My kidneys grow back, Your Honor. Oh, okay then. That makes sense. I think that was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Wait, what? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I had invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? Can't tell you it's a secret. It's true. Counsel, take an L. It was a secret. I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in the little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. Oh, so it's been going on for a while. Have we spoken to you before in a previous case? It was always something along those lines, surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. Oh. Oh. This is setting up alibis. Why would he need alibis? What the fuck were you doing? Running back to refill your fish and chips that actually wasn't bottomless? What? And for those services, he compensated me financially. The Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. Is it? But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I never asked. I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Right before he died. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. Yeah, of course it was him, Rio. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Donkey. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed in another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. Bro, what are you doing? After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. Okay, Judge, considering all like the big revelations that just happened, can we like maybe investigate a little bit more? As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. Hoisted by your own petard. All right, here we go. Here we go. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. Judge, are we letting this ride? I don't even know what's happening anymore. Yeah, go for it. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell a tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so, I can't really go along with this because if I do go along with it, the judge is going to ask me to prove how, and I can't do that. He's not going to ask fucking Kazuma to do it, he's going to ask me to do it. And I don't know how to link the two of them together. Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. I don't. No, very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten. I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But, for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Huh? Drugged? Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job... Yes, you're right. Who are you again? And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile, but not that fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Okay, Kazuma, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile, but not that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Like, us out of the closet? Like, what are you talking about? Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps I point out the contradiction of what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier. It might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? I don't know what you're talking about, Ryu, so I guess we're just gonna do it. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to take a look at this. Saving. Unashamedly fucking saving. Do. Thank you, TrickV1234 for 20 months with bro, these witnesses are LARPing. Multiple times, it's been known to happen. Yep. Thank you, TrickV. Hope you're well. I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Which version? This? Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of the Register's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting escape from this prison of convicts, something just prior to execution. The use of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries would be expected. Prison Governor Barricaden. Additional notes in indications are the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiating with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure regardless negotiations will be demanded. Okay, so I'm guessing it's that? It has to be that.
Take that!
It's not that. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, Sumari, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I do. Ugh, yawning. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? Why does he seem genuinely confused? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barkley. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barkley Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Hey Joe, I gotta know, who's the best boyfriend for Ryo, Sholmes, Van Zieks, or Kazuma? It's good that you're asking me, the expert of all these things. I think it's Van Zieks. I think I think that, you know, Kazuma's just a friend, after all. Sholmes is just, you know, fuck, marry, kill. Fuck, marry, kill. You fuck Holmes, you marry Van Zieks, you kill Kazuma. There you go. Professor. As you were the Chief Warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. Ooh, serious Susie there. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. So someone knew that the execution was a sham and was there waiting to kill him for sure. Huh. So does that mean someone knew that they had gotten the right person, but they were gonna let them get away with it, and then like, no, I'm gonna kill them? Or was it that a bunch of people that are involved knew they had gotten the wrong person and tried to make it so they could escape with their life, and then someone was like, no, we're still gonna kill them anyway? Which one? It's one of those two. Huh. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. I'm really enjoying this, just sitting back, letting it happen. And now it's time for you to drag them up. How is everyone in the gallery letting this happen too? Huh. There must be someone here that knows what's going on. But Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams, very convenient amnesia. It's okay. We'll let one slide, but two is too many. Kazuma sweating across the room. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. Uh-oh. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? This is not my favorite plot development that he is doing this right now. Let's put it that way. But like, maybe he was drugged? Let's see. I remember now. The horror of it is all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Oh, fucking hell. I'm sorry, Dally. This is a serious business, but I can't help you now. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution afore, eh? Donkey. Well, it seems the fellas of Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're coming with me. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, can you stop moving, bro? The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. Whoa, different angle? And I'd let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Damn, okay.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Court, your vigil collapsed. All right, is judge gonna go scurry off to see Strongheart maybe?
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zieks,
Okay, calm down.
Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. Yeah, it would have taken us a bit too long to get to here yesterday. We've probably been like a little under an hour at the pace we were going at the end of the last stream. 10 minutes, Chet said. 10 minutes, Chet said. To shreds, you say? Thank you, Wing Edge, for the 50 months with keep up the good work, mate. Thank you very much, Wing Edge. Thank you for the message, the resub, and the jumps. And thank you, Lemonade Standing, as well, for the 42 months with 37. It's actually 42's there, but 37's there too. 37, 37, 37. Easy 10 minutes. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Strome's a Suite, so it's later the same day. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago, I knew Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window on the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Okay, I'm starting to get some bad vibes from Mr. Barricade here. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. I'm Scottish now. Was it wrong for me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Rudo! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Fresh pots! Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had such an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defense antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. Right before he left, he said, I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? If something stinks, there are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But you just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always had Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. Always be pawning. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Really? My dear fellows? Okay. LARPing is Herlock? It's still here. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. Strata what? Stradivarius, Mr. Hodo. Stragivor, are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Chad does have a point that it's kind of strange that the wife didn't remember that time when her husband jumped through a window and almost died and was presumably, you know, highly injured, cut up, maybe in hospital for a bit, and then suddenly, you know, kept his job somehow. Like, yeah, that is kind of strange. Yeah, I do agree. Defenestration isn't really something that you can look over. Oh, he got to use the word. Oh my god, I'm gonna be happy all day. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. I'm gonna be so happy for the rest of the day. So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. You managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, well, it's this series. Maybe he is. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Huh. Do you now? That right. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. He is. What are you talking about? What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, so do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was the notice board in there covering all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. It's bothering me that I can't figure this out. I feel like I have all the pieces, and I can't figure it out. In my defense, there are a lot of fucking pieces. Like, this is definitely gonna link back to like Giselle Brett and shit too. Like, how does it link back all the way to there? Maybe I don't have all the pieces. I think I have enough pieces. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi, yeah. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. Okay, so either he is... Okay, so there's obviously some sort of conspiracy going on. And Strongheart is in the middle of it. It's gotta be. So either Gregson was investigating the conspiracy and needed an alibi so it looked like he was just doing his regular job while he was off the grid doing this shit. Or he was a part of the conspiracy and he needed to have an alibi in order to make it so that so no one found out that he was a part of it. But if he was a part of it, would an alibi really be that important? How official is this conspiracy? I don't know. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Maybe they're seasoned with crime. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. No, they're evergreen. We love food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband. Are we going to go report that or no? Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? I think I know. Here we go. Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all of the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. Why we just got all this information in the trial? Let's say it all again for Iris? In pretty much the exact same pacing as we just found it out? It's to impersonate Gregson, but what I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. I'm getting some big Umineko vibes right now, including you, Reno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? At the St. Sinners, then. Because you put your 3DS down after trial, now you're picking up a game a week later? Nah, I'm streaming it. I'm playing on PC. I just continued. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I think it's clear that what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellow. No, just honestly, you don't understand. The shrines of Breath of the Wild are bite-sized because you might like only have time to do one of them on your commute to work while you're playing your Switch in handheld mode. Never mind that the huge gigantic open world demands your attention and strings you through fucking hours and hours and hours of just hypnotic flow state. No. The shrines are meant to be that. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usually. Not that you were saying that, Chatter. You just like triggered a memory in me. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. Oh yeah? Shoot at me. That water pistol? It's stuff full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine that I'm quite sure will be very effective. Better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Jones is nowhere to be seen, but let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Comparing this to Uminako's the most high form of praise, the most damning indictment possible. In this case, it was the most damning indictment possible. Yeah, it's. Okay, what time is it? It's 2:40. We've been live for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Really want to go make a coffee before we start this investigation. Everyone okay with an early break so I can go make a coffee? Yes, we're fine with that. Yes. Go get a coffee. Go piss girl. Go make your coffee. All right, thanks, chat. Be back. All right, I have a treat for you all, because I saw this yesterday. I would like to read a YouTube comment out, and we're gonna play a game of guess the fan base while my coffee steeps. All right, you ready? All right. So this was on the Hollow Knight DLC Swan Song for Silk Song video. Okay. There was a comment that was, if you sort by new, it was here. All right, you ready? Here we go. From Chuckle Cheese Anime. Spoilt it? No. It's got nothing to do with Hollow Knight. Joseph Anderson, you are so full of shit. You are an idiot pretending to be smart. You managed to trick people into thinking you have some in-depth knowledge by telling people how flawed their favorite games are, when in actuality, you are just a rage baiter. All your videos are shallow surface level analysis without any polish. I dare you to make a tier list on what you believe are great games. I know you won't do it, because the second you create that video, you will expose the fraudulent pseudo-intellectual that you are. There will be people like me who come in and expose the flaws on your so-called favorite games, and that's going to embarrass you and hurt your channel. You don't want that, do you? You have no idea what great games are. I know your trick. You choose whatever games that has a continuous loyal fan base. Make a video bashing their games. Get them riled up so they come asking you what's wrong with their games. You have an excuse to stir up bullshit critique. They come and give you views. So easy, isn't it? All this shit talk by taunting people and luring them in. Oh, by the way, I watched all your long videos. Most painful, boring waste of time I ever did. Just because your videos are long doesn't mean there are some in-depth wisdom shit. You say a lot of the same shit over and over, and most of your videos can be summarized in less than 30 minutes. This one's only 35, but okay. You're uploading long videos to make you seem like you're being quality. In-depth critique might fool some people, but sooner or later you're going to get called out on your crap. You're just a pretentious pseudo-intellectual fraud. True, and I will not stop until the whole internet and those who watch your videos knows what you really are. You're going to regret making a career rage baiting and tricking people. You fuck. All right. What is there any reply? No, there's no reply. Okay, new copy passes just dropped. Okay, so what fan base do we think? Can we have a reverse Reddit day for once? We were highlighting a good comment today. We had that last week. Merrick, this person is like my biggest fan. Undertale? Do you think Undertale? Nintendo fan or Elden Ring fan? I think Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring. Definitely not Undertale. I don't think Undertale. Yeah. This is a video comment for sure. This person doesn't even know I stream. Like, I've streamed my favorite game, so yeah, definitely. It's not someone who did a stream thing. Yeah. Mario fan. You did stream Hello Neighbor. That's true. Yeah. Now you have to make a tier list just to be petty bitch. I have before. Someone asked me on Patreon like years and years and years ago, and I did like a quick off the top of my head. Here's my top 20 games. It had like Dark Souls on it. I think it had Mega Man X on it. It had Yoshi's Island, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy 6. I think maybe Last of Us was on it. Total Annihilation. I tried to have like a broad like best of every genre sort of thing. I think that's what I did. Mario Galaxy 2. Outer Wilds wasn't on it yet because I hadn't played it. Yeah. I don't think it was even out at that point. Anyway, be right back. I'm going to pour my coffee. Incremental recommendation goes to Orbit Creation, which hit 1.0 today. Feels very inspired and focused, not just carbon copy. Lots of focus on breaking limits. Like, what are the progression systems like though? Like, my favorite part of incremental games is prestiging and unlocking like permanent bonuses that make things go a lot faster. And also, honestly, I like a little bit of lore. Like, my favorite part of Evolve was getting to a new place, and it's like, ooh, where are we? Like, there's like, it's not like, I wouldn't call it a story, but it was something. It's like when you get into the True Path level, and it's like, oh, we got to this different like moon system outside, and when it's like, what is it like? And just a little description of what's happening. I'm like, I like that. Feel bad for that YouTube commenter. He's literally has videos on his channel with titles like I Need Friends Part 2. Oh, is like legit? Is it a bit? Uh-oh. I wasn't even sure if they were serious, to be honest. No, I feel bad too, yeah. Fuck. No, we know it's not the peak fandom. Okay, all right. Where are we going? Prison? I guess should we just go top to bottom? The D20 I just rolled. 2nd November, Naruto's legal consultancy. What to do? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Oh, no, the check mark. No. Second November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart, by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. If you have a title like Lord Chief Justice, what would it be? Oh no. Kazuma. I don't like titles like that. King Weeb of Weeb Mountain? I guess so, yeah. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeeks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42. 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. I'm tired today, I'm sorry. What do you think of Strongheart's eyeliner? Is he wearing eyeliner, or is it just like his eyes have been made to pop? I don't know. I don't like eyeliner because it looks incredibly difficult and uncomfortable to administer, but it's a good look. Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all of the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Are we going for the last act twist that Van Zieks is actually really shit at his job? And they had to just keep killing the people that he accidentally got off on in court or something? Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. Oh, so not the first time he's been to trial then, so he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Closed trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So really, so last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. No doubt. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. Sorry, not criticism. Did we tell Strongheart that we know all this, or has Strongheart just been like, fuck it, Ryu and Susie must know at this point? Did we talk to him about that? I can't remember. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? And you're just letting him continue? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Which is why I'm taking him off the case. Ah, that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Oh no, what do you mean? The elevator will be broken. Dude, not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Tomorrow. Time for a sip of coffee. Did it turn out okay? About the same as usual. No, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. I hate that you drink nasty coffee. It's not nasty coffee. It's just coffee from a French press. There's way worse coffees. It's just like sometimes it just doesn't turn out all that great. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And now, I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. How gutted are you? You can't say percolate when it's percolating. I'm super gutted actually. I really like saying the word percolate. Maybe I should get a percolator so I can keep continuing to say it. And I should also get a fish. What kind of fish should I get? I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom were generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now, go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Percolator being the thing you were referring to because it's so funny. Isn't that, it's a big deal, isn't it? Let's go see him at once, Mr. Ahodo. There was a James Hoffman video I watched recently, and someone sent him a prototype of a new type of percolator, and when he opened it, there was a little 3D printed toy fish inside, and he held it up to the camera and went, "I won't explain this joke, but if you get it, enjoy." And it took me a minute, and I was like, "Oh yeah." Kazuma's best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at this moment. Big Twin Peaks vibes. 2nd November, local prison cell. So you can see candlelight. How many frames of animation on that flame there? 4? Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? Iris isn't Nipponese. There's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Try harder. Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, every time I'm thinking maybe this won't be the time where they play the crazy fucking over-the-top music for him, but nope, it comes in every single time. Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. Really? Because he sucked. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part. Sorry, just letting that percolate a little bit. Just letting that brew a little bit, because people say that it's not intentional. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? The henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and it was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose your organization. On British now. It's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... you can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Greg? Tobias Gregson. No. Gregson? The Reaper? After he did his cute little hat dance to Iris? So the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. What? Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Assuming it was a man. Or if I could name the Oh, I'm sexist. Okay. Alright then. She's a young woman by the name of... Assassin. Is that the same name that Brett had, or was that was Asian, wasn't it? Which was it? Wait, what? Shin? Miss Assassin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Miss Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin! I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. Van Zeeks, at this point, you've hung out with him more than we have. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Okay, all I'm learning is that we are the only competent lawyer, and we're not even that great. We are the only competent lawyer. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true, the aristocracy at the time was the root of the numerous grave societal problems. Aristocracy, but they were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zeeks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did the damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Maybe he was corrupt and you didn't know. Maybe I'm the Dragon Ball, I just don't know it yet. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Alright, strap in for bullshit. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. It was so foggy that I didn't notice that a manhole was open. I almost fell into that manhole, but he saved me from falling into the manhole. That's the end. So Clint Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden, Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. Oh. Damn. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Ziek's alright, we've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come. If I'd let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Curiouser and curiouser. Okay, so there's no way he's the professor. Okay, so he was set up for it. All right, so that's a slam dunk. All right, so what's going on then? After that, I don't remember exactly what happens. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all round. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Do not be sorry, be better. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. The air quotes Reaper killed just when they're visiting? Is there some, like, revenge plot going on? Double pronged? Or is this just Strongheart reacting to just what happened with Scythe and it's just cleaning house? Top candidate for who killed a bunch of people at the beginning is Strongheart. Strongheart wants to set up a glorious future where, you know, a new judicial system can reign supreme, but there's a bunch of like scumbags and corrupt nobility that are getting in his way. So like he thinks that means justify the end. So he kills a bunch of those people and on that like foundation is able to build the judicial system that he needs to go forward with. However, the problem is that he has to have someone take the fall for it so he can command it. So he picks a scapegoat, which is the visiting guy, the professor, and it also has to be in a closed trial, either for drama or so it's like hush hush and it's all kept up and it can be swept under the rug. Then he moves forward with this, but then he realizes that his system is flawed, so he continues with going on with more killings. He just has a taste for killings at this point. Where does the collar come into it? What's the collar for? Maybe there was no killer. Maybe there was just a dog. Just a dog that really loved fucking fighting crime. So that maybe he keeps up the conceit. He's got to be involved in it somehow. Maybe he's not involved in this stage. So he keeps going with this in order to make it so like there's a threat while the new judicial system gets settled in. And now he thinks that it's gotten to the point that it's okay now. It can survive on its own. So now he's getting rid of the Reaper. He doesn't have a need for it anymore. So he's cleaning house. Or is it that or is I can't remember his name. Judge Goku, Jigoku, or Jigoku and Mikitoba, are they somehow Are they here to get revenge? It's an opportunity for them to be like, because they don't think Genshin Sogi was behind it. Why was Giselle Brett in fucking Japan? No, some part of this missing. Why was Giselle Brett in Japan? Why did she kill Wilson? Wilson has nothing to do with this. Why was Wilson on the fucking the telegraph? The telegraph at the end of the game. That had to be some sort of government thing. So maybe they are somehow behind it. Is Kazuma doing his own revenge plot and the other ones are not involved, or was it a plan all along? Why was the treasure some fucking collar that was stashed in a fucking house? No, I can't put it all together. This might be wrong. I can't put it all together. There's still like three major pieces that I'm not pulling back. Like why if the professor was going down for it, why was his death faked but then someone was waiting to shoot him at the end? Not a professor. If Asogi was going down for being the professor, why was his death faked and someone was there to shoot him at the end anyway? What does Giselle Brett have to do with this, and what does Herlock have to do with it too? Like why is Herlock why did Herlock go along with Kazuma's like air quotes death? And also, how did Two Spells, the super hot French witch blonde, how did she get the mask off to get a good imprint of his face for the wax model? She shouldn't have had the key. How did she do that? I have so many questions. I'll be happy if 20% of that is right. Okay, oh, this means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray. Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Waterloo. Do 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 do. Second November, room on Fresno Street. A photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing that this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly. Does he? Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just in that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Huge Bone convincingly. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if it was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeex's defeats in court. Why would the Reaper of the Bailey, whether it's Gregson or not, why would they keep a notice board of all of the shit that they've done in their headquarters? Is it a fucking motivation board? Fucking Pinterest goal maxing? Fucking what? Like why? Isn't that the opposite of what you should do? I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my! It really doesn't bear thinking about. Writing. Never imagined that this little figurine would have turned out to have a watch winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. Using a candle as a timer device, very ingenious, I must say. Sholmes seemed really upset that Gregson was dead. Does Sholmes not know? Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zieks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. Alright, this just seems like recapping, but you know, we're here. There's only 3 more things to look at. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression. Yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. Susie doesn't look all that jet black to me right now. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't. It turns out that Gregson didn't actually die here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out. For the Inspector Sake, wasn't there talk about like a trunk? Someone came in with a trunk. His body was in a trunk, and someone was wearing. Can we trust any of that testimony now? Because it came from gossip. Sorry, I only just got that. It's not witness, it's gossip. It's not facts, it's gossip. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, when I started thinking it all through, I conjured up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Guilty. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary, but Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Then I wish you every success. Aww. Second November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Really, we can go see him and we're allowed? That's allowed to happen? This note's caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps. Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Miss Susato. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil. We're on 2 oh dears just in this scene. I can't help feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be... Okay, this seems like it's the same as last time. Locked is secure. Don't imagine it would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Okay, is he here? Oh, he's not. Were these crutches here before? Oh, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well. I imagine they were imported into Japan from the Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, this... Whoa! That was a little catty. The sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, 3 oh dears in this scene. Did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. Alright, I think some of this is a recap from last time. Alright, so let's go to Waterloo. Waterloo. 2nd November. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. Favorite ABBA song? Probably Dancing Queen. Money's good too, though. For me, it's Lay All Your Love on Me. I don't know that one from the title. I'm pretty sure that I've heard it, but yeah. Mamma Mia. I like Mamma Mia, but it's not my favorite. Did ABBA ever do a Bond song? Take a Chance on Me. Take a Chance on Me and Dancing Queen get mixed up in my head sometimes. Take a chan, 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 take a chan. Thank you, Queen Saf, for the 14 months with I've heard of a famous hound. Oh, we have 3 famous hounds. There's the one in the story, there's Doms, and then there's Gatsby, who turned 6 yesterday. He's having a good birthday week. Triple brown cow. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Mikitoba? Ah, father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. When did he call Susie back? Huh. What a charming young lady, and you are? Case 1-5. Yeah, sorry, I should be more clear. Yeah, case 1-5. But what happened to trigger her being called back? It was in the aftermath of 1-4. Was it the aftermath of the secret one that we didn't see until this game that she got called back in? Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Hee hee. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier today. Oh, how are you still alive, bro? You had, like, the death flag, like, so high. So high. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. Oh, really? And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against the Sogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured in such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. Finally, Ryu's getting some fucking credit. Like, holy shit, man. Seriously, fuck. Like, he's gone up against Van Zeeks. He has a fucking 100% success rate. What the fuck? Like, give Rio some fucking accolades. For God damn it. He's good. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. I think the Mikitobas are lightly psychic. Just a little bit. It's gone. It's not a part of the back. Did you guys kill Greg? No. You didn't kill Greg, did you? Got off the boat, went into town, killed Greg, came here, had tea. No, they got here after Greg was dead. Right? Unless our timelines... Yeah, Greg was always dead before they got here. No, never mind, okay. About the Reaper. Explain the morb, please. I'm lost. It's an inaccurate morb. It's a false morb. There was a really big trunk here that was suspiciously the size of someone that could like store a body, and there was a line that Gossip said that someone wearing the wig carried like or wheeled a big trunk into the apartment building. So like I feel like Greg's body was moved in with a big trunk, and last time we were here there was a big trunk standing here that they had up into their room, but the timeline doesn't work. So it's a false morb. Unless even if they did get here in time, that is really no, it's not. It's just they had a trunk from moving, and it's just standing out after the guy said it. About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me all yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today, that was Barak, the younger... In the dock? Is that what it's called when you are like taking the stand or whatever? That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. Barak. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Professor was just mistranslated. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Oh shit, you guys were friends. Oh fuck. Did she kill Greg? I'm Professor Mikotoba. I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Greg Killer says what? Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's go. Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. Dad, shut up. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Iris, why don't you come with me? I wonder if you'd like to come too, Iris. Oh, yes. Just try to leave me behind. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yumi University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. Just guy things. Just out with my best friend. When's his birthday? I don't know. How is his how is he doing? I don't know. How's his family? I don't know. Does he have one? I don't know. Likes and interests? Meh. Okay. What did you guys do then? Oh, we had a great time. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I want a biscuit. Oh no, it's beginning. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Judge Jigoku. Count Dooku. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! Ha 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 ha! I don't think that's big enough, actually. And that guilty is still ringing through my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. Oh yeah, that's still going on, isn't it? That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Fuck, who hasn't been put on trial at this point? Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Yes, talking of Shishiro. Shishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. I think they killed Greg. Why? Why would they kill Greg? No, the timeline doesn't match, right? Why? Fucking... Are they just fucking with me? Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. The commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel in the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku's arrival in London for the symposium. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. Favor. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, I'm gonna find you. It would be over before long. Yeah, that's how it works. True. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Suzato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean? Is it on purpose that the British system in this game is depicted as being like brutal with if it doesn't go the way that they want it, they end up killing the fucking accused afterwards, and then flash forward like 100 or so years that you have like what chat was talking about, like the Japanese criminal system in modern days like has a 99% conviction rate or something like that. Like it's just like fucking like holy shit, this sucks. Like. The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer as soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not been in London a year yet. I've read all of Suzato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Suzato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Wait, you want me to leave with you, but your daughter's staying behind if she wants to be assistant to Kazuma? Why do you want us specific? Is there no ulterior motive here? Is it just that it actually would be good for the country? Like, Father. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, all right. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Aww. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so I can do whatever I want. Where does that leave me? Bum bum. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about an assassin. Why is the music just starting up again? Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. I like manners. I didn't before. Do I like manners now as I'm getting older? Maybe I don't like manners. Maybe I just like things that are like themed around manners. I'm not sure. The best of luck tomorrow, Naruhodo. I think I'm pretty polite actually. And give my suggestion for your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. They haven't already? Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. Assassin! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Miss Naruhodo. Are we gonna do a dance of bullshit? Oh, yes. I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. All right, let me go kill him, I see. Here I go stabbing again. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Whoa, what's that supposed to mean? I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Uzato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrops. They got to use settees again, and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I'd leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Is it gonna get entered into the court record? Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? He didn't even say hi to Iris at quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. The setup into the 50 shillings is one of my favorite jokes of the whole series. I don't know why. The fact that he was so relentless with bringing it back. Yes, I can do it for 50 shillings. It was really good. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Huh. Where are we going? We going home? Are we going to the hospital now or what? Let's go home and see what happens. Thank you, KVH215 for the 3 months with I'm Nickelback now. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Fuck off. Thank you, KVH. Oh, man. Remember Politeness, please fuck off. Please fuck off. Okay, so that wasn't added to the court record then, the telegram. All right, where are we going? Probably the hospital, right? Oh. I didn't see that one on the list before. Was it just added? This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank. The cube? I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. I pray I'll look like this at 40. I think that maybe some people have like a skewed perception of what 40 and 50 look like because the boomers aged like such ass. It's not just about like medical advancements and like treatments that you can do, and we understand more about like moisturizing and sunscreen. I need to wear sunscreen more often though. I'm not as consistent with that. I do wear some, but not as often as I do. But also the boomers just like they smoked so much And they drank quite a bit more too than I feel like drinking has gone down from that age, that generation, right? That's just a guess though. Smoking has absolutely gone down though. Smoking was horrible. I wonder how much damage my parents did to me from secondhand smoke. They would smoke fucking constantly. Lead in the gasoline too. I don't think lead ages you though, does it? That's more of a neurological thing. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. How was he funding this? He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Was his image in the books some part of the act too? Like he didn't... Like a respect thing? It made him less likely to be thought of as... But he was gonna run away with Lestrade. Oh. Did he want out? Were they asking him to kill Lestrade and he was like, no? Was there like a falling out? Huh. Okay, he was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could help. Poor Gina, man. What the fuck? So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. She finally has something close to like, I wouldn't say like a parental figure, but something like maybe 30% in that area. And her life is getting like turned around. And now she's like, she loses him, and now it's also gonna be revealed that he was involved in some big fucking conspiracy thing, and he might have been a bad guy. Maybe he was trying to redeem himself, though. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? We're gonna be taking break in 50 minutes, by the way. We took break at like 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? So we'll take another break at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So if you're planning your break, yeah, about 40 or 50 minutes. I'm still drinking this coffee though. It's still hot. I need to get this all off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had carried out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do, while we're pretending to be a lawyer and it's working well, all I would do is go to a specific location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. Okay, Greg, are you fucking stupid? Like, get like a copy made that looks exactly like fucking... But then you were taken in prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. Still better than Suishi from V3, though, but the following day they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I enjoy a loophole. What's the loophole? I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Very Count of Monte Cristo again? Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Logate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. Chat, what's the strat when you're buried alive? If you're buried alive in a coffin and dirt is put on top of it, you're fucked, right? There's no, that's it. Just accept your fate. There's nothing you can do. You can't Kill Bill your way out of it, right? Like that's this. You can't punch your way. Like, even if you could punch your way up through the wood, like, how are you climbing out of it again, right? Like, you just can't do it. However, if you're buried alive in dirt, like, you dig down first, don't you? You don't dig up. You dig down. First of all, you drool to see, like, what orientation that you're on. You need to see where your spit falls down to see where you are. And then you dig down before you start digging sideways and up, right? Otherwise, it'll collapse on you, right? You need to dig down and like compress like some space, and then like you fill the space below you, right? Isn't there a space in the coffin to put excess dirt? How are you breaking the wooden board? Like won't it fill up? Like real fucking fast. It's the same with snow. If you're ever in an avalanche, you want to drool and see where it goes down. And then you dig down a little bit first before you dig up, or else it'll collapse around you, right? Knowing up down instinctively is part of the human package. I don't think it is. I think if you've been knocked out and buried alive, or if you've been in a really big tumble, I think people who have been caught in like avalanches, they report that they don't really know which way is up or down when they come to. Where did you learn the drooling bit? I didn't. I'm just guessing that would be a good way of doing it. Just piss a little? It always comes back to piss. I wonder if you're buried alive. I wonder if you're fucked. I wonder if you're not even... If they laying the dirt loosely on you, right? Let's say a standard 6 feet of grave, right? You're buried 6 feet under, no coffin, because otherwise you're fucked. They're laying the dirt loosely on you. Would it compress enough that you wouldn't be able to move at all, or are you just completely fucked? You'd be able to tell which side of the coffin you're laying against, though. In a coffin situation, I think you would be able to understand, like lay flat on your back and then like tap bottom, and then you're like there. That's it. Yeah. But in an avalanche situation or buried alive, I don't think you would probably know. Don't they pat down the dirt with a shovel? Yeah, but it's 6 feet of dirt. I don't think patting the dirt with a shovel is going to compress it enough to matter. It's going to take a while. I'm guessing that if you came back to like a grave that's been filled in, like a couple days later, there would be like a clear like dent in the ground. I mean, once the air in your lungs runs out, it's over. So outside various circumstances, you're screwed. Yeah. Would that be airtight? Would you run out of air? God, I guess you would, yeah. Like, having 6 feet of dirt above you, you would run out of air, wouldn't you? What about in a coffin? How long are you surviving in a coffin? How much air is in a coffin for you to breathe? I have no idea. It would be dark? Yeah, that's why you have your phone. So you can definitely measure how big of a coffin you're in if you have your phone. How big are coffins? Would you be able to move around a bunch in a coffin? Like, are coffins big enough? I guess it depends. There's coffins come in different sizes. Like, can you like roll over in a coffin? What are we talking about? We're talking about what would be the strat if you find yourself buried alive. Again, Joe, not enough space to punch up. But what if the coffin was enough that you could turn over on your stomach and you could punch to the side? Like, you could punch the top of the coffin out. Or kick. You'd want to kick, right? You wouldn't want to punch. You'd want to kick. So you kick the bottom of the coffin out. Would you be able to turn vertically? I don't think you could. Oh man, that would be frustrating as fuck to kick the bottom of the coffin out and then you have to dig out with your feet and then you can't fucking do it. I would go fucking crazy, man. Times like these kind of hypotheticals make me wish that the body had like a, yeah, I would just like to die now switch. Like, I don't want to have to wait to see what's gonna happen down here in the coffin buried alive. Just fucking like, can I just be done, please? Like, holy shit. GG no re. The Globert meditation strat. Yeah, there you go, yeah. If you somehow avoid panicking, you probably have 7 hours of air. Oh god, that's so much! No! 7 hours? Of just being like, am I gonna try to get out of here or just accept my fate? 7 hours? Just, I can't sleep, I'm narcoleptic! Seven hours. Maybe I need to, like, part of my prepper strat, I need to prepper max. Should I, like, what kind of tool could I have sewn into all of my clothes that I could have if I'm ever buried alive would be able to make me break out of a coffin? A bomb, a spade, one of those like telescopic shovels or telescopic spades? Do you think you could break out with like knuckle dusters? Phone? You're not getting a signal on the ground, are you? There's still such a bro podcast topic. So I was buried alive the other day. Aw, bro, I hate that. And they just know that I want to get out of here and go home quick. If you had a tool inside of like if you had like a little crowbar or a little pry bar down with you, even then, could you flip over on your stomach, pry the top of the coffin off, right? Then pull it into like smash it, I guess. Pry it off, pull it into the coffin, and now you have like a little hole at the top. And then you like dig out and downwards, and then you compress the dirt and compact it, and then you just like slowly work your way up from that. I think that's your best shot. So you need to be able to break open the top of the coffin. And when I mean the top of the coffin, I'm not talking about like if you're laying down in a coffin like a vampire and you're staring up at the sky. I don't mean that's the top. I mean the part that's above the top of your head. Like I don't know what that would be. The cap of the coffin. You would break open that panel and you go out that way. What if it's like a padded coffin? Think it's worth mentioning that in my experience a lot of coffins are metal now? No way. We're still on wood meta for coffins, right? Don't you want your coffin to be wooden so like it decomposes with you and you're all gone? Metal coffins are standard? I want to be cremated. All right. What if your dust remains sentient and now you have to get out of the urn? How are you getting out? When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait until the adjacent room for the word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, I once had that confirmation. I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. I could kick out some nails, but no, I'm not gonna be able to get any purchase to get the kick be strong enough. Yeah, you'd be kicking directly up. I'd be breaking my toes. Yeah, that's fucked. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. My boy builds coffins with hammer and nail. So you mean the coffin contained? Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution, somehow was alive inside the coffin. Such a great. It is such a great song. I love Florence's first album. There's something just really special about that one. I don't know. I feel like first albums have like everyone's whole life up until that point poured into it, and they're really special sometimes. Sometimes it's the second album that's like that, and the first one is just kind of like an experimental debut. That's such a good album. The coffin was taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Drumming song is good. Lionhearted Girl is good. The Galactic Love one is good. Almost every song on the album was good. Presumably it wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. About 7 hours according to chat. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I think today's bodies go through the morgue, so it's unlikely to be buried unintentionally. Oh, sorry. In my scenario, I pissed off the Yakuza. and they buried me alive. Like, I'm not worried about like dying in a hospital and then being buried alive. Like, for some reason I got into some bad shit, and like they know I was alive when they buried me. I'm like, how can I get out of that? I'm afraid I don't really know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Huh. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind? Real life organized crime would just okay, chatter. I get it. But I'm just like, it was just a way to get the hypothetical of being buried alive, and just like, it's okay. It's alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. Would you mind telling us what you know? We're coffin maxing. Well, Ronald McDonald has showed up. Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. I didn't know it was rhetorical. Wow, would it not be? We're talking about how to get out of a coffin and you've been buried alive. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning. I'm not planning my weekends. What the fuck? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As it was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells in its final hour. You know what's one of the badass scenes in any movie I've ever seen? Is in Saw 3. I think it's Saw 3. It might be Saw 2. I think it's Saw 3 though. Is this 2? There's the whole part of Saw is they're stuck in a room. Saw 1. They're stuck in a room and they're tied to the wall by their ankle, right? Like they have shackles that are tied to a chain against the wall, and they have and it's like, how can you get out of this? And it becomes apparent later on that they're supposed to saw through their feet, right? With like these rusty fucking hacksaws. And someone in I think it's Saw 2 or Saw 3. Another character gets imprisoned in that exact same room in the exact same way, and I think he's a detective, and there's a scene where he wakes up, realizes what happened, and in the space of 30 seconds he grabs like the top of a toilet or something and smashes the fuck out of his foot in order to break his foot, like, and make it so that he can slip the fucking the shackle, and gets out of it and stands up and is just gone. Like the whole entire movie of the first one, they're like, how do we get out of this? And then there's another character that's like it in Saw 2 or 3. He's just out of it, and like as soon as he wakes up, boom, I'm done. Like, he's not fucking around. It was like the contrast between that and the fucking and the first movie was great. I remember being struck deep inside his noble character and his incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. Saw power creep? Yeah, he was a you don't know how true that is. The power creep that goes on in that series. Holy fuck. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Okay, so who did he kill? He killed one person. Maybe weirdly, Clint is the only one that he killed. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Clint is probably the actual killer. And then Genshin goes down for it. And Van Zieks is gonna have to come to terms with that. Barak. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. He wasn't allowed his sword, surely. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. I'm running out of different ways to say it, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined. Powers that be? Pathologic? That his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. Huh? And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, but he was allowed his sword. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Do you think the story would feel different if Strongheart's design didn't look so evil? Like he wouldn't immediately be like oh, he's a villain? Yeah, I don't know. It remains to be seen. I'm 80% certain that he's involved in it somehow. His design does scream like imposing, intimidating villain, but then so does Van Zieks, and Van Zieks isn't like that. And it turns out Greg was involved in some shit, and Greg doesn't have that at all. I don't know. They did maybe a slightly better job with it than they did with fucking Matt Damon in at the end of the Ace Attorney games. Like his name was fucking Demon for fuck's sake, you know? So just he looks evil. I don't know. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, but maybe it'd be better if I need to see another version where he just looks like a dude, right? But maybe he won't have that same kind of gravitas when he's in his scenes when you go to the clock and he's like, whoa, 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 right? Like I have no idea. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then, later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. Is it in the sword? This whole time? This whole time it's wrapped in the sword? I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. I ate it. It was after Asogi's, air quotes, execution. Which was actually, oh, you're here! Holy shit, which is Jill. What the fuck? The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? Did he really have his sword in the jail cell? That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It can't have disappeared completely!" Wait. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? Wait, hold on. How did he snitch? I guess he snitched? Because he says he's the only one that saw it. So how does Caden know about it? Okay, I guess he snitched, or I just don't know. I'm missing something. Doesn't that doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the... Oh, here we go. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? My bad, sorry. Oh yes, you're right. Thank you, Susie. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers? Can't really tell you anything about the subsequent events. What? What the fuck does that mean? Because, well, of what happens. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. It's so convenient that that happened. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're all very grateful. I love it when stories have just, you know, perfect amnesia in order to hide stuff that happens later. Also, secret twins, just the two of my favorite things. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude. I also love it when characters don't say information to other people that would be really relevant because no one has gone over and prompted them to do so. No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Is it a criminal offense when the police officer that you're impersonating is the one that asked you to do it? Like at that point, it's just a prank, right? Like he's the one that got you to do it. It's on him, not you. Maybe he told you to do it with like authority of the law, and you're like, oh, I'm helping an operation. I don't think they're not guilty. I'm the judge. There you go. I'm so sorry. He is going on with stolen identification. It wasn't stolen though. Greg gave it to him. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. And we never saw him. Oh. Ah, before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. Maybe it's just papers that were dropped in a puddle? I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. Off with his head. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death. How is this not the last case? Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. I was going to say 2 spells, but okay. Then we know precisely where we must go, back to Barclay Prison. Oh god, no. Ach, no. 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 That's a very dark and foreboding portrait of Clint up there, having some shadow over his face. What could they mean by this? 2nd November, Prosecutor's Office. Thank you, Snarkarino, for the 33-month resub. For those who sub after, thank you, Snarkarino. Me watching any sort of gaming conference show, the snark must flow. Donkey. Yeah, you're coming with me. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. What do you mean? It's still Van Zeeks' office, even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Saiza style whenever he's working. Saiza style? Seiza style? Whatever. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Bro, it's like you became a completely different character after you got your head smashed in and got dumped off the ship and left in Hong Kong and had to come all the way over here while suffering from amnesia. Bro, you changed. You used to be cool. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. She should go over to the other side. That would be interesting. Ryo like, no, she got her book out. No, she's gonna prompt him with a tutorial now, and he's gonna be able to get something that's gonna blow this case wide open. No, we almost had it. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jikoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Full name? Let's do the talking first. Thank you, Silent28 for the 4 months also. Hey, you made me skip my no carb day thanks to spaghetti nonsense. I was not ready for the spaghetti. I'm sorry. I didn't even have spaghetti. If the rain has died down after stream today, I'm gonna go get all the stuff and make spaghetti. Yeah, I was so hungry I couldn't get to the grocery store to get it. Could not do it. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. It's a big ship, holy shit. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. super serious. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. We were going to be lawyers together. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. Posy? Ring around posy. Yeah, posy. It took me a little while. Ring around rosy, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, we all fall down. Yeah, posy. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. We were already suffering from amnesia at that point. Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore to find a different boat that was also going to Great Britain somehow. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. Could you even communicate to anyone or no? I realized now that I escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. Oh, are feathers worth a lot? One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Yeah, you're better at that than being a lawyer, bro. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? Yeah, what? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. Alright, well, I'm gonna get mad. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? No, being Japanese. Oh, yes, exactly. Okay, never mind then. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. And he made me put a mask on and swear not to talk and all this other shit. And I just said, fuck it, I'll go along with it. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yumi, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. That's all he talked about. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. It's so funny to me that getting Dome knocked out everything out because his head, but didn't make him forget English or British law. When I experienced amnesia very, very briefly that one time a couple of years back, that's how it worked with me. Like I remembered like all of like my basic knowledge and sense of self, but I had no idea who I was or where I was. It lasted for a few minutes when I woke up. So it probably really wasn't amnesia. It was probably just like sleep-induced, whatever the fuck. But I really did wake up and I was like, I have no idea what this room is. I have no idea where I am. I have no idea what's going on. It was the only time in the past 8 years I wasn't thinking about the Witcher 3 video. It was nice. Yeah. So, but I had no. I think I remembered all concepts of everything, but everything else was gone. Yeah. Yes, I knew you'd say that and chime in to defend this part. Oh, Errol Shimano. Interesting. 6 years after he'd left, the gentleman called at our family home. This is sometimes called JMS View or seen for the first time. No, I've experienced JMS View. That's a different experience for me. Deja vu is when you think something has occurred before. JMS View is something I experience a lot, actually, like regularly, like a couple times a month, where I look at something and I'm like, I have no idea, like I understand like what this is, but I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time, fresh again. Like, yeah, that's. Do I still experience that often? I don't know. I think I do, actually. I feel like I experienced that. I experienced JMS View more than I experienced Deja Vu. So I don't know, maybe I'm misusing the term JMS View for this, but that was not my experience of like just losing all sense of like of identity, but still having some core sense of self still involved. That like I understood I was a human, I was still thinking in English in my head, still understood language. I understood that I was in a room, I understood that I was in a bed, I knew what all these things were, but I had no idea where I was. Or my name, or that I had a family or anything like that. I was, and then a couple minutes later, it just all snapped back to me, and I was like, oh shit, yeah. So I don't know what that means. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Suzaru-san. Whoa, oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yumi. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Yeah, why would you believe it? Is it the clothes, or does Kazuma have, like, some pretty impressive arms for someone of his frame? Look at the biceps. You got, like, the outline of the triceps, like, from the side delt there, too? Like... That's pretty good, huh? Look at the pecs. I don't really see his pecs. It might just be the clothes over him, or I'm not sure. There is this kind of like this here looks like muscle definition to me. It could just be a ripple in the clothes, but like if that's muscle definition, like look at the bicep there. Like holy shit. This here too. That's really impressive. Fucking gym goals. Holy shit. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? Watch Sonic the Hedgehog. It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! And that writer was Male Strongheart. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. He has a nice dad bod. What the fuck does dad bod mean at this point? If you're looking at this guy, who looks like a young man in his fucking 20s, at his absolute gym martial art prime, and you're saying dad bod. What the fuck do you mean? I have a dad bod. What's this? Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. This batch is going to be fun? What a terrifying statement to say after what we just discussed. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? Because it was true. There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. Oh. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killings. I'm so sorry. So someone sent a hate letter to your household, and they had the forethought to be like, hold on, maybe they won't believe me. Better pepper in some fucking like newspaper cuttings just to make sure that they actually go along with it. What the fuck? It was the first I ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. Okay, so people can't talk. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, and then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross... Oh, you had a mom? I thought you were completely adopted by the Mikotobas. Okay, maybe he said that earlier and I didn't process it because I'm reading out loud. Sorry about that. I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ooh. Lord Van Zieks is in the Reaper, you know. So, are we gonna be Ryunosuke Asogi, or is he gonna be Kazuma Naruhodo? They both sound pretty good, actually. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Was it? What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barak von Zieks is the real Reaper. Bro, you defended him in the street. Like, you've been hanging with him for 3 months. Like, what? And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. It's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. Okay? Isn't that what you're doing, bruv? Brava! And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Isn't that the complete opposite of what the justice system is? Isn't it meant to be that, like, we understand that the truth is fleeting and very hard to find, so what we do is that we pit the best defense against the best prosecution, and we put them together, and whatever comes out is what we think is the most reasonable version of the truth, and it's judged by jury and peers, and they might make mistakes, but like it's the best that we can in an imperfect world. Isn't that the exact opposite? Kazuma! On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Your father was killed in the cemetery by a gun, bro. Who do you think did that? Also having a third party support. I think they should add a third type of lawyer that needs to be in there, who is the centrist lawyer, who always argues like, we don't really know. So the judge doesn't do that though. Lord Van Ziek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no, it's been fucking great. Oh, he's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. There's Lord Van Ziek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I notice you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Zayaza style. Yeah, we know. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Ziek's when I first saw it. find it the most comfortable way to work. Okay, fuck it, enjoy it while you can, because as soon as the first number in your age ticks over to 3, there's no way that you're going to be able to fucking stay on your knees with your feet perched against the floor for much longer and get anything done. Fuck off. No fucking way. I don't give a shit. No, don't. Find a different way. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go to, yeah, fuck. Don't exaggerate, Renoski. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Holy shit! What? What? Holy fuck! We both know? Holy shit! That's so gay? What? How can, come on, is anyone left unconvinced at this point that they're not doing it on purpose? Holy shit. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Was. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And he's Van Ziek's now. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. What? Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. Bro, how did you get here? I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Standard procedure. Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Apprentice that can't talk, come over here. Now, the most important part of teaching you how to be a prosecutor. Arts and crafts. You do this one, I'll do this one. Here we got little paintbrushes. No, different shade of blue. That's not the right one. My learned nippany, I don't know what nationality you are. Here, do this other, be honest, you enjoyed making that. I would actually love to see a scene of these two making these fucking miniatures and placing them all. Absolutely, 100%. Yes, please. And then we paint our nails. Wow. You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Ziek's, would you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. Yeah, I was about to say. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. I don't understand the reference there. Sorry. Casks floor to ceiling, just like last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Ziek's can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. We are learning so much about the big VZ. Holy shit, what do you mean? Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be really challenging. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Alright, I think we're probably at the end of the investigation scene, but we're overdue for break. Is there another, there's probably another conversation with whatchamacallit? With Herlock at home? Do we need to show him something? Do we need to show him the photograph of all of them getting along or something? Maybe they're gonna have something to say? Was there a photograph of maybe this one? Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make it. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Why don't you show him his old lawyer's armband? Yeah, sure. Let's see what he says. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Okay, so I am enjoying the fact that they haven't completely ruined this relationship, that they're not talking. He's like, fuck you, I don't want to be friends with you until this is all sorted, and we're going to have this heart-to-heart at the end of the game where it's finally all come out, and then now we'll be friends again. I like that he's still like showing respect and they're being friendly with each other, but I feel like there's parts of this that aren't still ringing true to me, sorry. I don't know exactly what it is, but just like... I don't know. I feel like how he got here, his obsession, it's like... I feel like they could have made it work. There's just a couple of movements here that are missing. Maybe I'm gonna find out more about it as it goes on. Maybe there's more information that'll come out. Maybe someone orchestrated this whole thing. Maybe it's just like how, like, now that he wandered off the ship by himself and it wasn't Herlock that dumped him out, like stuff like that. Like I don't know. I don't know. I'm not hating it, but I feel like it could have been done a bit better. Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend. Kazuma should be worse, Sayama. Maybe the other way would have been better. Like he is a completely changed person, and there's nothing left of him. And even at the end of the game, he still doesn't commit fully to making him a villain. Maybe that would work too. I'm not sure. It depends on how it's done, as always. Anyway, chat requested this music for the break, so we'll take a break. Be right back. 5 minutes. Alright, back. Sorry about that. Have some water. And I'm out of coffee, but I don't want to make another one. Alright, we're going back to Holmes's office, I'm guessing, unless we need to present something to him for some reason. Where have we gone? Maybe we have to go back and see Van Zieks again? Van Zieks is probably the last person we talked to again after the end of all this. Let's go and see Sholmes. No? No? Probably Van Zieks? Susanna's portrait on the map screen will be hidden if you're not sure. Oh, really? I know it's only out of Ireland, but I find this place more relaxing anywhere else. Oh, wherever we go, the great detective living room is always full of enigmatic marvels. This little nurse here, I would love to ask him for some books, but I just can't. What a grand place. Father certainly seems to be enjoying relaxing, luxuriant atmosphere. Do you know? I don't believe we visited this place for some time. So prison. Oh yeah, we haven't gone there yet, have we? We haven't gone to the barricade. In some ways, the place seems rather suit Lord Van Zieks. Oh dear, did I say that loud? Oh dear. And please, the dust, isn't it? So charged from here too. True check from this place knowing where this father was studied all these years ago. Are you sure we've asked everything we need to, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, is there something we need to ask Kazuma? Let's go and see the governor. Donkey. Yeah. Ugh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I just read the report just now. Just knew. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with, Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Cannot hold this accent at all. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the trap. Aye, Kimmer, you ken very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. Dip him in the tea. So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Ooh, is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Uh-oh. Didn't he ask us specifically not to talk about these? Did I no say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Is Sherlock in this room? Is he hiding? That murderers botched the execution and the whole miserable escape. Oh shit. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Okay, well, if it wasn't fucking, Vigil, it was you, because there's no one else. For shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. Ah, Kai, the rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you think wouldn't he have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can't shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Meh. Donkey. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens that went on at the time now. Would Gregson haven't been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors? Oh, no visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Is Scythe gonna come back? Probably. Oh yeah, she has her whole daughter that looks like the character from Neon White that we haven't dealt with. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing away. Now, Kimmer, here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose if there's anybody who still might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gore. Maria Gore. Magoria? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. Sure. Well, this is fucking stupid, but okay. But the wee Barons followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? What's with the mask? Dr. Sai's daughter, Maria Gore. We could do with talking to her. Hey Joe, I was trying to find Wallace's Switch last night through your account. Couldn't find it here. Feels like it should be. It's not in the list of like friends of the stream or whatever. But is that gone? Is that still here? I'll look into it. You know, over the next like year or two and see if I can update it. Gore. So she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom work with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself. It's like one of my kids wants to be a YouTuber. Fucking hell. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Oh shit. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy case 10 years ago. Perhaps her mother also taught her about, you know, all the crimes that she's been doing and was probably involved in. I say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory about herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. Can we go do that now, or no? I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for your Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away now? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him, Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. Humph. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Jimmy! Was at the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no! You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hawk around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Last will and testament of Sherlock Holmes. Of course, I can't even read a word of those Japanese squiggles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the stramash of that Silester of an execution. Holy fuck, I don't know that word. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record. Last will and testament against Asogi and Mr. Vigil case disappeared after the combat's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. Why did you show them to us then? Are you stupid? I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay, so something that was sent back has some sort of meaning or clue on it, and the only item that we know that went back is the sword. So there's something to do with the sword. There's something, like, there's no way that he has had that sword for years and he hasn't, like, cleaned it and done maintenance to it. So there's some hidden trick to it somewhere that is that's part of the sword. Okay, now what? Can we go to see Gory? To hear a Gory story? Nope. Okay. Kazuma, what'd you make of this? Really? You don't want to see it? Huh. Only learned just recently to play through Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines some years ago. Did you enjoy that game? Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was fun. Not my favorite game, but it had some coolness to it. I would love for them to do an updated version of the game that would be that could fully realize it. But apparently the sequels they made recently were not that great. Oh, maybe we show it to him. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? Can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps. But did he really have to take it quite so far? Okay, we can't talk to him. I don't know where to go. I thought we had to go and see Maria Gori, but I don't see like a place to go. I thought I had to give something to him. Like, Susie is saying, ooh, we asked everything, do we need to, Mr. Naruhodo? But we have. He's not accepting any evidence. Is there some other piece of evidence we can give to him, or what? Maybe we have to go talk to this dude? No, let's just go everywhere. We have to print a Sogi. So yeah, it seemed like that is it, because it says that we haven't asked everything. So let's just go to everywhere first, and then we'll eliminate everything, and then we'll go there. The most latent of the, we already went here, of the music. The locations? Yeah, okay. So what are we showing you? Mikatoba and Kaden were buds. I think Kaden was behind the thing. Was behind the escape. I think Kaden knew. The autopsy report, maybe? This came up in the trial, didn't it? It's something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. What happened to not discussing evidence outside a trial, Big K? Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed into the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Oh, that's it? Okay. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. Is that some sort of, like, latch that comes off and there's, like, papers inside here? Because if they've been there for all this time and, like, you know, just fiddling with it, like, fucking open it, like, really? My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Was there anything you can't do, Kazuma? Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Karuma and Kazuma. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. In fact, it means so much to me that I've never had it cleaned. I've also never looked over it really closely. Like maybe there's some blood on the tip of it that has never been cleaned off. Just never. Didn't occur to me to even look at it. Oh, me neither when I had it. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. You have, bro. Like, a lot. It's you who's changed. Maybe we've both changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove it as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. And then we just go. This should have been the end, not this. Okay, what's this then? What the fuck? So she's cringe. 2nd November Forensics Laboratory. Danganronpa, yeah. She's the ultimate coroner. Oh my god, she is. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Standing and out. Standing and out. Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Shink, 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 shink. ASMR sounds? Sharpening a knife to fall asleep to? What was that? God, it works to me, actually. Holy shit. Dr. Gory? I see. You like video games. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers of the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Okay, chat, is she wearing a mask because she's half Japanese because Genshin and Scythe got it on? Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Oh, we read this last time. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. This looks different to before. Of course, Miss Naruhodo. Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look. Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. They're how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy.
So, I take my needle and thread and stitch 3 dolls every day.
Ah, right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I imagined. Yukiko voice, come on. You want Yukiko voice for her? We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? Hello? This is Yukiko. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway. For the time being, you mean? Until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Tisk. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. I might sneeze? Hey, why didn't you do your job? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good, sorry. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Valley Girl Coroner. We can skip those details. Like, being a coroner is, like, so hard. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. How old is she? Oh, that's what she looks like. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, who's also a coroner like her mother, she carries out all the autopsy work on corpses. Okay, so... could still possibly be half Japanese. Alright, 19. How old is Susie? Susie's 16. Okay, so I'm no mathologist, but I don't think that timeline matches, right? Because these two and Genshin left after she was born. So if they got here and Genshin got on like Donkey Kong with Courtney Scythe, you would be younger than Susie. So it's not that. Okay. Why are you wearing a mask then? Just for vibes? You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh, there we go. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. And please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Like, I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here and he said, like, babe, don't write it. Like, Strongheart came. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory. If you're hiding something under Long Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to have to go. You're going to go the same way as your mother. Spoiler chat is planning your murder for this voice. What voice do you want then? I only want Goofy. Give it here then. Goofy the coroner. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written. What she's written? Tell us. Indeterminate. But the details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record. We get the updated autopsy report. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Kazuma, but that autopsy report is out of date. Yes. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. Wait, what? And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fresh fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if you made the ice made out of the ice made out of blood, then you could keep it cold, and then when it melts, it looks like he just started bleeding. It's genius. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. Huh. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not, but we could do it in the future. With today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places? Ice. Is this the period of time where there was like a huge ice baron that would ship ice around the world? Like ice was actually quite a like a big industry. Or is this a little bit before that? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But, like, at the most, it might have been like a day earlier. No. In other words, Sumari, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. I think we have refrigerators at this point. I think we're just on the cusp of that sort of thing, right? Yeah, like they wouldn't be widespread, but they'd be around. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said there were no electrical refrigerators of the size in the vicinity. There we go. Yeah. This is like about 50 years post Ice King's death. Okay, so it was in the 1800s. It was just like that was mid 1800s. This is late 1800s. Okay, yeah. Didn't the Ice King live to see his empire crumble? Right. So they already had the means to make ice like without having to ship it all around the world in mid 1800s. Then I'm guessing. He watched it melt. He did watch it melt. Yeah. Oh yes. One other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. This is like 1900, 1901. I thought it was 1890 something. Is it 19? Are we in the 1900s at this point? I thought it was very, very late 1800s. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work. So this expression actually matches his voice. Holy shit. We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy on Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim, who didn't do an autopsy at this stage. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? Like, I don't know. It's so hard. You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. There's still some blood on the table. We don't clean it. The professor and Clint Vance... They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. And now I have all my fucking plushies all over it. Isn't that just great? She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Hilarious choice for her voice. If I could do like a Zarya, that would be better for her, but I can't, unfortunately. All right, is the sneeze coming now or what? Nope, it went away. Okay, the professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. Ooh, I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you admitted the time of death on the doctor's report? Minthara voice? Fresh cadavers? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama? I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Everyone. Everyone. Clint's autopsy. Can we get another updated autopsy report? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice as observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father. Eugen Mikotoba. 2 daddies. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. This fucking crowded room, holy shit. But the outcome of the historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? No, fuck off. Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? Sure, fuck it. What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? Knock yourself out. They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be. Perhaps someone took them away? No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. My god. Unleash me. But when the last time someone looked at them? When was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. How do you just know? A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. And then he kind of... I heard munching and then he was gone. No, you don't mean. Herlock Sholmes was... Oh! Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Third daddy's involved too? Iris? Do. Always be pawning. Oh yeah, those things are fucking gone. Those are pawned for money for sure. Yeah. Thank you to QSDC for the tier 3 at 26 months. Thank you very much. With Joms. Thank you very much for the Joms resub. And thank you to Mythos000 for the 11 months. Join the Serpent King as family. Together we will devour the very gods. That's kind of Minthara area too, the way I say it. Yeah. It's hard to do that voice. I should practice. Together. Runo, I hope you don't mind, but what is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Huh. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris, and not at all sus. We're just gonna let you go. Well, we'll come with you then. Nope. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. We're done though. We're done. We can go. Wait a minute, little girl. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too. That's the way it usually works, yes? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Even more sus? Wait, Iris. Wait, he says, do I look like a waiter? I'll brew you up a pot when you get home, of poison tea. But what's the matter with her? she's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Oh. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises. Sorry. I have 499 more scalpels to get through before I can order some more. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all that we came to ask now. It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it? Like there's a refrigerator full of ice somewhere that she didn't tell us about because we didn't ask. Second November, room on Fresno Street. That's a new box. That box wasn't there before. What's the box here for? The police are still busily investigating here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? This is a long-ass investigation. Yes, it's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Sleepy streamer. Sleepy daddy. Do you have a favorite use of you didn't ask in a story? Not one that comes to mind, sorry. Most of the time I don't like them. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside, look. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. TG. Tobias Gregson? Oi, what do you think you're doing? Oi. Is that a new sash she has? That's my trunk, that is. Ends off. Gina. Where are you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit out, Odo? Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? There's a cut on it. There's like a slash on it. What? Come to think... Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. What's her last name? Oh, Gina Lestrade. Yeah, of course. Sorry, my bad. Your boss. You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. This is a very Sherlock Holmes pose here. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? Thank you very much to Marsh Malona for the 3-month resub with the message I haven't been able to catch streams for a bit and I've been a bit behind on the VOD, so apologies if you discussed this, but one thing I really like about Greatest Attorney is that as much as I do have some issues with Kazuma returning, I at least very much respected that main character's clock that the masked man was Kazuma nearly instantly. It would have been unbearable if they were just as clueless. This game has actually been pretty good about that the whole time, yeah, when it comes to like things that are really, really obvious to the audience, and it's like the characters usually pick up on it pretty quickly. Yeah. It hasn't been like completely like that, But yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, it drives me crazy when it's so obvious that they should be thinking about things and they just don't. Yeah, it's possibly my biggest pet peeve in storytelling is that combined with people just not talking, like not voicing questions, not being like, not having like agency in their own stories. Like yeah, it really bothers me. I feel like it's weird that people will praise it in this game, and then when I criticize another game for doing it, we get defense forcing going on. So I don't know what that is. I think maybe it's like people don't know. Some people can't see it as an improvement, but when it is there, they really like it. I don't know. I feel like criticism can be like that sometimes. Like, if something is in the game and you're praising it and you imagine taking it away, then people will be like, whoa, that's instrumental. Hold on, that has to stay there. But if something is absent from the game and you're criticizing it, you're like, this should be included. Suddenly they have to do a lot more work to imagine that. And they're like, whoa, that's not it at all. Like, no, that's not the problem. And I understand that completely. It makes sense, right? It's a lot easier to imagine something being gone than something added, for sure. Well, then obviously it was that Blue and Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. What's the best example of that? The best example of that is probably what I said in the Elden Ring video. So Elden Ring video versus Breath of the Wild. Like imagine taking away the legacy dungeons from Elden Ring, and it's just the shrine like little dungeons that are in the game. Like it would be a much lesser game. It'd be like, what the fuck? How like Elden Ring is like kind of destroyed, and then you flip that over, and like people understand that like yeah, of course, if you took the legacy dungeons out of Elden Ring, it would be a much lesser experience. But then you go over to Breath of the Wild, and you're like, okay, but there's a lack of legacy dungeons in Breath of the Wild, and it's just the shrines really. Like, don't you see how much better of a game it would be if those are added? And then suddenly you get a lot of pushback, and it's like, no, it doesn't need that at all. It's like, So I wonder if there was a version of Elden Ring that launched without the legacy dungeons, if there would be like a not enough Dark Souls video that I would have made, and people would be like, no, you're wrong, it doesn't need all those things, when clearly it benefited from them quite a lot. I'm sorry, I'm yapping. It had details about all the crimes that have been begged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. What is a legacy dungeon? Legacy dungeon is the word that the community decided for stuff like Stormville Castle, the whole entire area before Millennia, just like a Dark Souls level that you can find within the open world. Where are the other ones? The Academy of Rhea Lucaria, is that what it's called? Those are all the legacy dungeons. Whereas the shrines are just the side dungeons that feel kind of like they use tile sets in order to have just a boss in a room at the end. Those are the shrine sorts of things, yeah. I'm not sure the community decided. I think From used it in the official market. Oh, did they really? I thought the community just decided that, yeah. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. The castle getting attacked by the Misbegotten. I would say that's probably like a mini legacy dungeon, yeah. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? I'm not telling you, fuck off. Dates, times, places, names, and an all long list of them. All details about the bloodshed supposed to have been done by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? Yes, the first thing I thought too, yeah. As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd, and even if he did do it, Gregson turns out he's just Batman, which means I'm Robin, and everyone knows Batman's good. Billionaire putting on a suit and using all his technology to go around and beat up criminals in the city. What's wrong with that? That sounds fucking base to me. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? If it weren't a name like I'd seen before, it was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. Can you at least try? I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Assassin? It's assassin. Did you say Shin? Yeah, what does it mean something? God, was Assassin trying to kill Natsumi then in Japan? What a coincidence. Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cub what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Ah, oh my god. Fucking hell. Shit my eye. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Dip to black, not to white. What the fuck? Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got me own ways of getting results. When me and me partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. Oh, she named the dog after Greg's. Fuck, I'm stupid. It took me until now, Toby Tobias. Fucking hell. She named the dog after. Wow, she really liked Greg's and fucking hell. So you tracked anything down then? What'd you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit? Ugh. You just realized? Yeah, as soon as I hear Toby, I think of Spider-Man, so that's why. Anyway, the point is, if you ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and Yellhound dear. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Okay, you just put him down. Fuck. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. Oh. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what a super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? No. The fireworks? The wig?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Oh! Sniff, 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 sniff. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Arr! I love dogs so much. The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Woof! Ah, look where he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, Sumari, it must have belonged to him. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. Get fucked, Gina. But you nearly got away with it, too, if it wasn't for your pesky dog. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? The older I get, the more I prefer dogs to cats. I wonder why. It's training to have a kid. It's the parental urge as you get older. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. Sandwich? To a sandwich, not a bag of chips? I thought that the wig was gonna lead us to whoever was wearing the wig and brought Gregson here. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Jo has never met my cat. She's ironically trained me for a kid better than any dog ever could. Most insane high needs creature I met. Really? A cat with like a lot of needs? Sometimes cats can be needy. Weeaboo Will was telling me about someone in his family that has a dog, and the dog has decided that he will not drink any water that isn't running. He needs a running source of water to drink, otherwise he will not drink. He won't drink out of a bowl. He won't drink any fresh water. It has to be a tap is running, and he will drink from a tap, or else he's not drinking. Oh, suspicious of standing water. Yeah. Yeah, he had it in between the wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. To be fair, it's a good instinct. Developing it's crazy. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Let me impart some pet wisdom, although this isn't a very nice thing to say because it feels like you're not, interacting with the animal. Don't feed your cats and your dogs from the table. If you do it like even once is enough. Now, whenever it's food time, your food is their food too. I don't share my food with Gatsby ever. Like he has at some point, like I've dropped a French fry or something on the ground and he's eaten it. I did try to share a banana with him and he didn't like it. But like, don't feed your pets from your food too, unless you just want to give them like really high standards for food, and also they won't leave you alone. Does that mean it's kind of a little mean because like it's just something nice about sharing your food with your pets? Like, here, I'm having this. Oh, you want a little bit of that? There you go. I've never done it. But like, yeah, it's bad when it does happen. Yeah, exactly. He nabbed him from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? My parents' dog has their own seat at the dinner table. Does he get a plate? I'm picturing like the biggest dog. I'm picturing like a Great Dane sitting on a fucking chair. Although at that point he might not even need a chair. Gatsby doesn't need a chair. He's so fucking big. Oh man. Can you share food with your kids? So the same principle goes with kids. Actually, yes. If you share your food with your kids, they will expect it from now on. But that's unavoidable. Yeah. One morning after 3 years of being fine with her silicone litter mat, my cat decided that actually the mat was food, and she gave herself a bowel obstruction, tearing it to pieces and chomping it in the middle of the night. Whoa, what the fuck? Why did the cat decide that? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing any more, but that's all he did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. What else did they steal? Did they steal a gigantic fucking like trunk full of ice and blood? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well. Oh, is that the trunk they were talking about? It was just a small trunk. Okay, I was completely wrong. Fucking holy shit, the horrible morb. Maybe you and Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. My dad feeds our dogs parts of his sandwiches from the bed and asks why they're always loitering around and even trying to look on our table. Your dad's eating in bed? What? Don't eat in bed. Everyone does it? I don't. I've never eaten in bed. Why would you eat in bed? Eating in bed is an unforgivable sin. Yeah, the crumbs and everything. Never, never. Okay, maybe at some point in my life when I was a kid, I took a cookie or a chocolate bar upstairs and had like a quick snack. But no, I don't eat in bed. No. Sleepy or sick? If you're sick, okay, that's fine. That's fine. If you're sick and you can't get out of bed and someone brought you some food, that's okay. That's fair enough. Admitting dominance. I have a table next to my bed. Yeah, so do I, but I still don't put food down and eat in bed. Maybe if you're okay, if you live in a situation where you have like you're living in a shared living space, like you have like roommates and stuff, and your room is the only private place in the whole place, and you kind of want to go and like watch something privately in your room while you're eating your food, like you want to watch some Netflix, and you don't have a place to sit. I guess that's fine, like sitting on your bed and eating some food, because it's like you don't have a couch in your room, right? So I guess that's fine. But generally, though, I don't think you should be eating in bed. He makes 2 sandwiches, then goes upstairs with the dogs in tow, lays down, watches something on his phone while eating, and as the dogs sit right next to him staring at him, same if he's laying down on the sofa. Is he making, like, preemptively, like, one of the sandwiches is for the dog? That's me right now? Fair enough. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm judging it too harshly. I personally wouldn't do it because I only want the crumbs. I clean my sheets fairly regularly, actually. I haven't done it. I'm overdue to clean them, actually. Fuck, I need to do that soon. But I typically, I don't like, I'm someone that, maybe it's because of sleep disorder, like any amount of like grit in the bed, like it irritates me. Like I don't want any crumbs or anything like that. I don't want to be uncomfortable while I'm moving around in bed. Yeah. I change my sheets once a week, so it's fine. That's a pretty good rate, yeah. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What you want about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, all right then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Gregson's trunk has been admitted into the court record. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina. Okay. Grrr. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively toward me all of a sudden? Mr. Hodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Hodo! Mr. Hodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. Did we get attacked by the dog? Ryu, it's a puppy? Just say no? I'm getting some big deja vu right now for some reason. What the fuck? Did something like this happen in the first game? Oh, Mr. Hodo, are you alright? So no trunk? Alright. Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. I'm kind of the judge, but kind of not. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Susato Defense Force? I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So let's take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Hee hee. Whenever you feel ready then. I love Susie, she's so good. Should we do the shovel bit? No. You can either stop right here for a decent stopping point, or you can stop after the next scene for a proper section break in the game, but it's a bit of a longer scene. Let's finish this scene. I'd like to finish this scene and go into the trial tomorrow. Or would we like to have this as like a buffer for the start tomorrow, so we're not getting into the trial right away at the beginning of tomorrow? What do you guys want? Buffer works. Buffer is pretty good, yeah. Having this at the end, and then we're not straight into the trial for people who show up a little later tomorrow, right? It's a longer scene. How much of a longer scene is this? Is it like an hour or no? Stop now because I have an eye exam. Uh-oh. Gonna be a whole new August after this. There's always a yap buffer anyways, or not? Not always. Sometimes, but yeah, it depends. I'd say 5 minutes and 30 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. How many 10 minutes is? You do half an hour of yapping and start your stream anyway. What's the need for a buffer? Some people don't show up until after that either. It's a crazy scene, could take you up to an hour. Okay, we'll stop then. I feel like I'm being criticized for my yapping. I'd say stop here and play Henry. Henry. Anyone live? Joe is live. Can I raid myself? A channel cannot raid itself. Damn. Oh, my head hurts from having the headset on. Okay, that... Fucking hell. Jelly's live? Alright. Are you buying the pasta ingredients then? I don't know, I have to look outside and see if it's still raining. Even if it is raining, I could still go, just it's not ideal. Like, I like walking through the rain, but I don't like carrying a bunch of shit in the rain. I should go have a shower as well. Or I could just, you know, go outside and let nature solve the problem for me. No Grace Attorney spoilers for Jelly heads over. Yeah, no spoilers for Jelly, please, for Grace Attorney. All right, so we're gonna be here tomorrow, and then we'll finish. Hopefully, we'll finish this case tomorrow. Because if we don't finish the case tomorrow, that means we're gonna still be on this case on Thursday, and then we're not going to be done in time. So we might have to go a little bit later tomorrow and the next day, or start early tomorrow. So I might be starting tomorrow at noon. We'll see how it goes. If I'm awake in time, I don't know. Like I said, I went to bed on time, even a little early yesterday, and I couldn't sleep for fucking ages. And then when I finally did fall asleep, I had very, like, you keep dreaming, man. Is there, like, a record of when I say I feel like I'm on a really bad run of sleep right now? Like, I wonder if it's seasonal. I wonder if it's like every single year around this time, I start complaining more about sleeping. I wonder if it's something to do about the weather changing from spring to summer that just messes with me. Hasn't been that hot, though, so it's not the heat. Is that an hour early? Yeah, it's about an hour early, yeah. Everything about getting a Vespa or something? I don't know what a Vespa is, sorry. Anyway, raid's going through. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk about Vespas tomorrow, maybe. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for watching. Is a Vespa a scooter? Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, see you later, everyone. Have a good rest of your night.